Listen and you'll hear the heartbeat of a universe teeming with force. See all the forms and the faces of nature taking its course. And feel all the wonderful motion flowing through things far and near. Nature will share her secrets when we are ready to hear. Energy, these are a few of your faces, glowing in timeless places, bringing our lives new graces. Energy, there is no living without you. We must keep learning about you. Now is the time to find how to. Energy, you are profound. You make the world go round and round. You make the world go round. You make the world go round. You make the world go round.
Thank you, Energy. Hello, everybody. Hope you're doing well. It just occurred to me when I went online, I should make sure Windows hasn't lowered me. I might be soft. Wait, don't adjust your TVs. Whatever. One moment. Everyone calm down. Oh, yeah. This will help. Okay. I am going to be louder now. There you are. Okay. I got to remember to check that every time before I go live. That's annoying. How's it going, everybody? How are you? Happy Friday. We made it. I might be soft. All right. Radicon. Too loud? Are you sure? Has I ever been too loud? Honestly, it looks like my gain is a little high. We'll lower that. That should be good. Radic, let me know how that sounds. Radicon, thank you so much for 35 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Hope you have a great weekend. Thank you. Orchid Manus, thank you so much for 31 months. I hope you're doing well. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Flame Insane, thank you for 3 months before you cancel your Prime sub. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much to Bloodborne PC20 Never. Oh, I don't remember the name being that sad last time. Thank you so much for 21 months, Bloodborne. Hope you're doing well. Have a great weekend. Appreciate it. Firehair, thank you for 25 months for all the work you do around here. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. George R.R. Farton, that's a good name. Thank you for following. Thank you to PB Grow for following as well. Hello, everybody. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. Because, I tell you what, like, I had so much fun with the OG Resident Evil 2, I just want to go right into 3. I don't want to do anything else. Oh, look at these. We got some more that just came in here now. We've got, I think I got Paradigm. I think Paradigm first. No, wait, no, I didn't. I didn't think Paradigm. I think Radicon. Oh my gosh, so many came in at once. Paradigm Dream, thank you so much for 28 months. What's up with you, Jabroni? Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Yay, it's Dan. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. Yay, it's Dan. I hope you have a great weekend. Blurry Leg, thank you for 6 months. Really appreciate the half year. Hope you're doing great, Blurry Leg. Thank you. Yeah, so, been playing Resident Evil games, just, it's a ton of fun. I want to play Resident Evil, the OG Resident Evil 3 now. Hey, it's Kayla. Why'd I play this game on... You don't like 3 either? I can't keep track of the ones you like or dislike. But did you play it on the GameCube? I knew this purchase would pay off. Bench JC, thank you so much for 19 months. Appreciate it. Mike, I know you were lower on DT. How do you feel about Evercold so far? Did you get a chance to watch the dev deep dive to change gameplay up a good bit? So yeah, Final Fantasy 14 stuff. We'll talk about that in a moment. They've announced new expansion and some other things. So yeah, look at this. Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. The OG. It's on the Nintendo GameCube. I got the GameCube hooked up ready to go. There's the manual. Might be needing that. Very excited. Well, you know what's gonna be funny? Even though, like, there's so many Resident Evil games on the GameCube, so many iconic ones, this will be the first Resident Evil game I've beaten on the GameCube. I beat OG Resident Evil 4 on Wii. I beat Resident Evil 1 Remake and Resident Evil 0 on PC. 2 has a port. Some people don't know that like 2 and 3 and whatnot are on GameCube. So yeah, Resident Evil 1 Remake and Resident Evil 0 were originally GameCube games, as was Resident Evil 4. They also just ported over 2, 3, and Code Veronica. So that's what these are. It's funny because it's really neat that they're just all on GameCube. I remember at the time people kind of thought like it's pretty lazy. Like, oh, why didn't they remake them like they did 1? Like, well, because it's a lot of work. Maybe, I forget what they charged for them. If they charged full price, maybe that's why people were upset. I don't know. These are straight ports. Now they might be ports of like the PC versions or I forget. There's a Dreamcast version of 3. But like there will be some higher res models and things like that. You'll see. Think about playing Liza P. I loved Liza P. I know you fell off it before. I know you say you fell off before, but you kind of make your character a parry character. You kind of play it like Sekiro. It's really good, I think. I really enjoyed it. Dreamcast got 2, 3, and Code Veronica. Yeah, so I think like the PC and Dreamcast versions of these games were similar in some way. So yeah, they announced the new expansion for Final Fantasy 14 with not a ton of details yet. We're going to Final Fantasy 14's versions of a new planet. We've done that before. It's going to be kind of some cold stuff happening there. There's going to be a new tank, which looks like it's going to be a dual shield tank. That's neat. New physical DPS. Then we also the kind of like the thing that I was most confused about. It's like they're changing like every job basically, and they're gonna have like the evolved mode to play all the jobs. And it seems like it's a bit of a half measure because like, and there's also reborn modes that they play exactly the old way. So I'm like a little bit like, well, what are we? It feels a little bit like that they're like, in case you hate this, like they're a little bit unsure of themselves. It seems like what people have seen of the rework is pretty good, and they're doing some other tweaks that people have been asking for, involving like there used to be a lot of abilities in that game where you would buff your entire party. Sounds nice, right? Well, the problem is that it became the meta that everybody had to use their party buffs at the same time, and then once the cooldown's down to 2 minutes, do it again. So the whole game revolved around this 2-minute sort of waiting thing. So they're working on that. I need to look at more of it, but I'm of course excited for more Final Fantasy 14. I actually just reinstalled 14 on my computer. I need to get through Dawn Trail, which I wasn't loving. I have to say, trying to jump back into that story, and I'm just like, all right, well, Clement, where are we going now? And like, I got to a place where they're like, you need to cook us dinner. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I didn't get a Jolly Bee code yet. So the Bard, rework. I'm curious to see, because I do like my Red Mage rotation a lot. I mean, there's also just bloat with these jobs. There's so many abilities and whatnot. And I see some people suggest maybe this is about making worrying less about balance, making the film. I don't know. We'll see. There's a lot, and I'm not seeing all of it. And I know not everyone here maybe cares about Final Fantasy 14, but I'm very interested in what's going on. There's one part where they're showing the growth of new players. And like I was just looking, but like the graph made it look like somehow Dawn Trail gained more players than any expansion ever. And I'm like, I'm not calling one a liar, but how could that be? How could that be true? I feel like I've never heard Final Fantasy 14 talked about less in recent years than that. So I don't know. I guess it did come out on Xbox during this period. They also announced the Switch 2 version. So that's fun. Although, annoyingly, you have to get like a separate subscription to play it on Switch 2. You don't need NSO, which I'd rather you needed NSO because I have NSO, right? But you have to get like a separate Nintendo Final Fantasy 14 subscription on top of your other Final Fantasy 14 subscription. Yeah, in Shadowbringers, yeah, that's a little annoying. So we'll see. The other thing is, yeah, they keep adding what expansions you can play to the base, like the free version of the game. And now you can play Shadowbringers. So, like, Final Fantasy 14 is essentially a free game for the first, 200 plus hours of content, including the best part, Shadowbringers. So it's wild. Yeah. Oh, there's now main tanks and off tanks. Interesting. So yeah, there's a lot going on, and I think the game could use some shaking up. So yeah, shake it up. Shake it up for sure. Oh, there's also the Evangelion freaking raid series. So I think I'm going to watch Evangelion. That's wild. Have I seen Resident Evil Enhance for i3 and mod? Yeah, no, that's neat. I do like playing the originals when I can. Or, a version of the game. So yeah. Definitely need to catch up on Final Fantasy XIV's many story quests. Yeah, everybody, a lot of people seem to think I'm not going to like Evangelion. We'll see. I think I maybe lead you all to think I'm a little too precious and sheltered. I know I definitely lean that way a lot lately. I can handle a little something, something. I'm not full baby. It feels good to have the GameCube plugged in again, by the way. Oh, shit. It's not very hope core. Got my controller. God, I love... actually, this is actually one of the Smash controllers they made, which still work on your old GameCubes. They have a longer cable, which is nice. God, I love holding a GameCube controller, man. It's so... I think it's it's the best feeling controller for me. I don't know which one's what. Monitor tuning. For the best picture, please adjust the brightness of your monitor so the color bar below the red line is not visible. Well, that's not happening. I think I'm gonna assume we're fine. I don't know, you guys let me know if the game looks way too bright or something. I think we're gonna be okay. I've got that weird, new GameCube memory card thing where you put a SD card in it, and it's supposed to have a lot of space, so I should be good there. Yeah, Joe's outfit in this game is wild, isn't it? Okay. First question, is this one of these things where hard mode is normal mode? No, I'm just playing my monitor. I haven't turned on any filters. I could with my thing, but yeah. So just play on hard mode? Yeah. I hate when there's no normal mode. Tell me what to play.
It all began as an ordinary day in September. An ordinary day in Raccoon City. A city controlled by Umbrella.
Brady's in.
No one dared to oppose them, and that lack of strength would ultimately lead to their destruction. I suppose they had to suffer the consequences of their actions, but there would be no forgiveness. If only they had had the courage to fight. It's true that once the wheels of justice begin to turn, nothing can stop them. Nothing.
Those are some sharp pixels there.
It was Raccoon City's last
I've seen
chance,
this picture.
And my last chance. My last escape.
Jesus, they never made Joe that stacked ever again, right? My God.
This is Chopper Delta, preparing to drop off at area E95070.
Everyone's doing great. I liked Resident Evil 3 Remake. I know a lot of people are hard on it. Maybe because I didn't play the original first, but I thought it was fun. It's short, but whatever. I bet this game's gonna be shorter than playing 2. Also. There's only the one character campaign. What do I mean stacked? I meant her breast looked huge. Game audio seems quiet. It shouldn't. It's kind of maxed out. Let me know. Okay, some people think everyone else seems to think it's maybe loud. Okay. They're doing great. What are these things? Okay, I'm seeing a lot of differing opinions about the audio. Some people says it doesn't sound right to them. Like, is something wrong? So yeah, that's clearly not the PS1 model. Okay. Doing tank controls with the analog stick's gonna take a little getting used to. I wonder what type. Let me look at some things. I could mono it for you. This first zombie's gonna grab me, by the way. God, this is my spooky dark lighting is playing against me now. Where's my phone? Oh, I dropped my phone forever ago. Come here, phone. I have to read the instructions. Controls. That's kind of what I would expect. I use the C-stick for quick 180 turns. That's fun. I can use the D-pad, but we all know the GameCube D-pad. Pretty rough. So it's like the controls only talk about the default. Okay. So yeah, and again, this is my first time playing it, so no spoilers. If I miss something minor, like an item, whatever, you don't need to tell me. Okay, how are we doing this? This is not that way. I might be using this D-pad after all, because I don't know about using an analog stick. Oh, this is... Okay, 1 second. Oh. I am not going that way. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. We got this. We're fine. Okay, what's the status button? That sure looks a lot like Resident Evil 2, huh? I mean, this game's wild. Like, I don't want to say this is like a 0.5 game, but this game came out a year after Resident Evil 2. What the hell was that? What? Was this in the original? There is a dodge button. Your dodge can dodge enemy attacks by pressing the attack stance button. So I had to hold down R and A to dodge. Apparently the dodge is really bad. Great. Get on, get off. Don't tell me how to get off. This game's quick time events? Super boy, thank you so much for 6 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Hope you have a great weekend. Marcus, thank you for the stream streak. Appreciate it. I feel bad. I was having fun with Kiln. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna like go back unless my friends were like, well, let's play some Kiln. Is this a Dynamite Cop like? Oh, what the hell? Okay, so these just get put in my... Okay. What the hell's a reloading tool? Oh, is this game of crafting? Is this the first one of crafting? I guess I'm about to learn. So great, something to take out my inventory. A, B, and C. Guess what I'll mostly be making? Shotgun shells? That'd be my guess. 13? Oh my god. I mean, this is clearly... That looks like a you know, again, there are a lot of PS1 games ported over to Dreamcast and stuff, and they look slightly nicer. That's what I'm getting here. Like, this does look noticeably nicer than Resident Evil 2 did. Hey, Baltimore, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Just started Resident Evil 3 on the GameCube. This looks pretty good. It's funny, because at that time, everybody was really hard on these ports because we had the Resident Evil 1 remake.
Daylight. The monsters have overtaken the city. Somehow.
Now, if the game is loud, I can lower it. But I think we might be okay. Let me know.
Okay, we've got to get out of here.
Who's he talking to?
What do you think you're talking about? I just lost my daughter out there.
Oh, shit.
How dare you tell me to go back outside?
I'm sorry about your daughter, but there isn't
Sorry
gonna
about
be
that.
any rescue. We have to get out of here.
No! I'm not going anywhere. I'd rather starve to death in here than
Not a
be eaten
remake,
by
no.
one of those undead monsters. Now leave me alone.
Who is this guy? He's not gonna do well. I mean, this is a pretty cool... Obviously, it's probably like the most overtly sexy they made a Resident Evil character, but it is a good look. I get why they modernized it a bit in the remake. I still like Jill's Resident Evil 1 look the best. Also, this is Jill's second voice actor now. How many did she have when it was all said and done, right? Jill Valentine has probably had a ton. Boy, this actually looks better than I was expecting. Kind of makes me want to get the other ones on GameCube. Even Code Veronica. I have the Dreamcast, but if I could find that on GameCube, I might play it on there. Well, default outfit, let's say. Yeah, so it's like using the analog stick's a little strange because I'll get used to it. Which versions of Resident Evil 4 do I own? I own the GameCube one and I have the Wii one somewhere, and then I have like it on my PC that I got in a Humble Bundle. Yeah, I mean, it's probably not, Code Veronica's probably not getting a boost. It is the Code Veronica X version, so it has some of that extra stuff, but I don't know how much that matters. Yo, L and R do the same thing. What does Z do? Oh, instant map button. I would have liked that in Resident Evil 2. Right, yeah, Joe's outfit makes 0 sense, but that's cool. Am I really just leaving? There's not anything in here? I don't trust that. Oh, you actually go up the stairs. You don't just push up. You just don't push the action button on the stairs. Okay. It's like my instincts are still making me want to just like use an analog stick. What's an exit office? Yeah, next gen stair tech. We did it. First save room? I will take the warehouse key. I don't think I didn't use the knife one time in Resident Evil 2. This thing, I feel like I'm not going to carry this around with me. This is probably something I do when I'm back at a safe room. You would think. Anything? Oh, there's some ammo right there. It's like, God, I kind of want to use the D-pad, but boy, is the GameCube D-pad rough. Oh, shit. It's the gunpowder. Alright. Never mind. So, A, gunpowder just makes handgun bullets. B, gunpowder. I mean, I'm going to need some... Yeah. I need some handgun ammo. May as well. Don't actually want to save yet. Oh man, they gave me 3 right off the bat. That's nice. Anything in these drawers? Oh yeah, the knife is useful in like Resident Evil 4. That's good saver music. They always do pretty well with that. Yeah, I'm still trying to use the stairs the old way. Gonna take some getting used to. Well, there's like an item over there on that box. First aid. Yes, sir. I mean, the pre-rendered backgrounds look pretty good. They definitely look a bit sharper here. What's this? Yes, I will. Wow. Okay, we're pretty good on handgun bullets. Yep, I mean, I had a really good time with Resident Evil 2, so just going straight to 3, playing it on the GameCube. Let's go check in on that guy who's hiding in here. He's good.
Told you, I'm not leaving. Never.
He's gonna leave eventually, dude. I'm fine. I will discard it. So even though I played a remake, it's like I really don't know much of what to expect here. I know about Carlos. I know about Nemesis. It's just weird because like this game, I mean, the location is more just the city, the streets. Like you go to the RPD and there's some interiors. I know I'm gonna go in a clock tower that everybody's mad is cut from the remake. Right. We'll see how great the clock tower is and how upset we should be about it being cut. Oh man, this is some good looking stuff. Okay, there's a door. Nothing over here. How you doing, buddy? Ah, shit. Oh, no one go there. Okay, let me in. It's gonna be locked. Nope. Yeah, Japanese devs were like obsessed with like women running with like their arms kind of blowing out. It's not. It could be worse. Who's that? Oh, great. I thought you chase him, not me. Yeah. Maybe they'll reset. Yeah, it could be worse. Eh. It's a little teehee coated. Well, they reset those zombies, but where are they? Oh, there they are. You know what's cool is that we have dual shock. That's neat. Fuck. Oh, I think I accidentally dodged. What's the button? Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know what I'm doing. Clearly. Oh. Where am I? Okay. It's fine. There's a door there? I didn't see no door. Oh, no, there wasn't. Complicated map. Got the shotgun, though. It was almost a Jill sandwich. Fun. It's a very different vibe just being so outside. Neat though. These aren't herbs. And the pre-rendered backgrounds look even better. Hey, is that there? Is that the car? Raccoon City, or is that a different police car? I think I see a gap. Going for it. Oh god, that camera angle change messed me up a little bit. Alright, alright. Fine, calm down. Maybe I'm being... Oh shit, it's an exploding barrel. Yep. I really want to shoot the exploding barrel, but it's not happening. I'm back? I'm back. Eh. You have to do the manual auto aim thingy. What's that? There's a button that locks on the barrels and stuff. Crap. I missed that. It's a special button. Is it X? Hey, babe. It's going. We just started. I need to consult my manual. Guess there's the end game one. This is why we haven't saved yet. This might be getting restarted. The bad start, maybe. I don't know why I thought I could see this. X button not used. I forgot about this quick turn. Boy, I don't... R button, locate enemies and attack objects in a scene. See page 11. Excuse me, everybody, I gotta see page 11 about something. Alright, advanced actions. Attack objects. In some rooms, certain objects can be... When auto-aim is on, you can press the R or L button to locate enemies and attack objects in the scene. See page 20 for activating this option. Excuse me, everybody. I need to go to page 20. Oh, so I literally have to turn... it's like a control style, so there's no way to shoot the barrels unless I change the in-game settings. Well, like here? That seems... I don't know if I'm going to be doing that. It'd be one thing if I could just push X or... if I could just push X to do that. No, one... Oh, so like... Oh, is you saying L? I see. I hold down L. I get what you're saying now. Funny, because the manual made it seem different. Alright, how badly am I doing here? I used up my one thing. I could turn left here and go that way. Probably. God damn it, Mike. I might just start actually shooting some zombies this way. Come on. Ah, I keep thinking I can sneak by, but I can't. I'm bad. Got like lighter fluid or something. Gotcha. Gotcha. God, the zombies seem a little faster. Oh, good. No, not that. Not there. Go, 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 go. What are those noises? What's going on? And I'm not blowing their heads off as easily as I was in 2. I feel like that was an insta-kill in 2. Crunch. That. Damn it. Get over here, you.
Get away!
Brad, hang in there. Why isn't someone doing something about this?
No, they
You
will.
were still alive, Jill. The police aren't trained for this kind of situation. What could they do? Listen, he's coming for us. We're both gonna die.
What are you saying?
You'll see. He's after STARS members. There's no escape.
Cool bar. Yeah, I wish I not. Oh, someone told backguard. They got pinball. Is that a map? I gotta remember about this. They can even 360 by doing back and B. Or 180, not 360. Hey, it's that clock tower. The St. Michael clock tower. That's me. Oh, let's take their money. Or their bullets. That's fine too. Yeah, they gave me a lot of bullets. Maybe I should start using them. Let's just call 911. Oh shit, we don't have a quarter. Is there a back door I didn't use? I came in this door, right? Weird. Did the cutscene teleport me to the other door? Strange. Yes? Okay. Was I supposed to go in this way first? No, this is where I came. Oh, I remember. Okay, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Right, that door was closed before, I think. I'm a member of STARS. I love playing as Jill Marvelous Capcom 2. She seemed like she got a lot more popular when the collection came out. Alright, so we have a lighter now. Kill some stuff over here. Oh, fuck me. But don't worry, if I miss the map, it's okay. I'm playing blind. I'll find it. This guy can get behind. But I keep going this way. Ugh. May have actually killed a zombie. Now what am I hearing? Well, that's not gonna hold. Well, I thought it would hold a little longer than that. Yeah, the L button still doesn't seem to make any real difference. Alright. Well, that got most of them. Damn it. It's like I turn around and like, just run past him. Oh shit, really already? I'm this hurt again? I couldn't wait 2 seconds. Didn't wait 2 fucking seconds. Incredible. Incredible. Last game barely gave me any red herbs at all. Yeah. Okay. I see. We're good. UGB, you can't. LG, but. Oh, am I hearing dogs already? Yeah, fuck me. Oh boy. No, 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 come on, open that door. Hey. How exciting. A save file that will probably not get us very far. Yeah, I'm gonna save. Oh, I need... There's no new ink ribbons here, you crazy? I was not a tagger, no. Can't say I was. Come on. See if this actually keeps. All right. Yeah, Shadowbringers being in the free trial for Final Fantasy XIV is huge. That expansion is so freaking good. I don't see Nemesis yet. Simple lock. I'm the master of unlocking. Where's my lockpick, Barry? Shadowbringers added the Dark Knight, and, don't tell me. Dark Knight was the big one. What was the second? It was the first one that only had 2 jobs. Dark Knight. It had to be one of the DPS. Not Samurai, Red Mage were before that. I'm not looking at chat. Dark Knight. Not Reaper. You'd think Reaper, but Reaper was Endwalker. Dancer, right? Dancer? I think it was Dancer. Dark Knight was Heaven's Ward. Yeah. It was, yeah, it's not even that. It's freaking, it's the Gunblade in Dancer. Yeah. Dark Knight was just the poster job for it. Oh shit, it's the RPD. Wait, am I going in the RPD already? This is very different from the remake. Well, I know this place pretty well.
Jill!
Brad!
We've got to...
It's early CG. It's like you can see the CG getting better every year, but... Run. What was this? Enter the police station. Is this that system it was talking about? Whoa, good dodge. Stand your ground? No. Oh, thank God there's some green herbs here. Oh, so that wing's blocked off. So this is after Leon and Claire have been here, right? So we'll be seeing them. Before? Really? Just a bit before. Interesting. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, look at that. I only have the one wing. The one winged police station. Why don't I have a stars card? Oh, of course I'm going to the wing where the stars office is. That makes sense. All right, the storage bin should be over here. Actually, is Marvin, you okay, buddy? Never mind. I could have gotten a stars card. Okay, I don't need that. We'll find one. Don't worry. Oh, we do have to go that way. That saves time. But I was a coward. Why can't I just go outside now? His corpse is probably still there. Oh, never mind. I guess I can't. No, I never watched any of Two Best Friends play or Super Best Friends play. I only became aware of Matt with what happened and stuff. My friend actually used to like it a lot, though, so I sent him the video of Matt on a show with me, and it blew his mind a little. Is that not him? Tim! He's been fatally wounded by zombies. He appears to be holding something. How was this before then? If Marvin was okay enough to talk to Claire. He gets better. Yellow nap. Alright. There are reports of a theft in the municipal building before dawn. A jewel-decorated clock at the main gate was damaged. 2 of the 12 gems that are installed on the face of the clock are missing. Oh, that's going to be important later. Due to the lack of available officers at the time, I have no choice but to suspend the research of this case. Signed, Marvin. Based upon an autopsy report of a 42-year-old restaurant owner, I discovered that he has one of the missing gems. He apparently took shelter in the police department at about 10 a.m. We were shot to death within 10 minutes of having developed the symptoms. Since the city is currently under martial law, we are forced to suspend this case. At this time, we'll keep the gem as evidence. Okay. Nothing else of use in here? Dude, you can't still be doing that. Welcome, Leon. Did that typewriter on the front really have no ink cartridges? That's rude. I've done a 360. I shot Marvin in the face. What the hell is this? Oh, great, right? I thought I'd get to a storage. Well, yeah, there's the save room. It's already marked with an S on my map. That's nice. Let's get there real quick, then we'll worry about other things. Hello. By the way, it is nice having Rumble. For fuck's sake. Why not combine? Shit. There we go. Look at those pro moves. By accident. Ah, shit! You mean was that Wooly Kane? Or Pat? I mean, I know who they are. I know Pat and Wooly. That was Pat. Okay, let's put that away for now. What's funny is I didn't watch much, but I remember like it was a. I was aware of the thing when it broke up. It seems like it worked out. They're all doing their own thing and doing well. Well, Liam still does stuff with Matt. I see Liam on their channel, on his channel, I mean. Yes. Yes, I will. I'm storing the gunpowder A until I need handgun bullets. Nothing in these? Matt, yeah, imagine a video starting with Sean announcing that Grub and I are no longer friends. I get it. That's rough. Okay, we're in decent shape now. We have enough. I took a lot of hits, but team's giving me some healing. Let's go back to storage real quick. Make sure there weren't any more items, or there was one item in there. Let's get that. Maybe look over there. It's like a much smaller version of the RPD. Who gets custody of Christian? Jeff can have him. You're going to Universal Orlando in October? That's awesome. Are you going to all 3 parks? Do we need any wrecks? Maybe you've been there already, you know. And Halloween Horror Nights. I've never done Halloween Horror Nights. I need to. They did a Resident Evil 1. It would be there. I do not know. Yeah, so now that I've conjured Matt, who maybe this is my gateway to Maximilian, dude. Gotta collect them all. Should actually have Sean Johnson on something, though. He's so freaking good. Nintendo World's gonna be amazing. You have a real good time. Alright, who am I hearing? That's a lot of zombies. Can I get in this door first? You thought Island's Venture was not great? You like well, the Hag Ride is amazing, but did you do Spider-Man? Because I think that's an all-timer. Oh, nice. I need to put those in storage. I like Island's Venture. Even though I don't do a lot of rides there, they're kind of scary. For me. I actually haven't done Hagrid yet. I kind of want to. I should. Platypus, thank you so much for 33 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, there's the stars card, everybody. But Spider-Man's an all-timer ride. I wonder if I should... Should I not try to light up the fire? I mean, I could light up this fireplace and sequence break Resident Evil 2. Wonder what that's like. You can't light it. It just says, I can't do that. That's for the next game. Okay. I don't think there's any reason to go this other way. I mean, there must be something at the end of that hallway. We can't just... maybe we can double shoot these guys. Okay, that was good. That's a lot of zombies. Come on. Stupid Mike. Yeah. I don't even have any room in my inventory. Although, we'll come back for these. It's pretty good. Just kill these zombies, come back for them. Can't really see. Oh, damn it. I thought I had more time than that. Screw you. Good enough. Not the most efficient use of shotgun shells, but I'll take it. That. Guess I can get one of them now. I'll try to get folding ideas. We get well, we've hung out with a bomber guy. Maybe make that happen. I mean, Danielson was at PAX East. He had a little table there. You think Dan Olsen did, right? I did point Dan Olsen out to Dan Reichert when we were at PAX. I'm like, wow, look, it's Dan Olsen. And Dan had no idea who that was. Surprisingly, neither did Will. I expected it from Dan. Yeah, Will surprise me. I mean, Dan watched Eyepatch Wolf's video essay about WrestleMania being bad. There's that. Okay. Get that other red herb real quick. Oh, madness. You had a booth right there. That's neat. Javo, thank you for subscribing Prime. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I saw there's a lot of... I mean, they always do layoffs right after WrestleMania, which sucks. All right, this one. Yeah, that Kairi Sane one is strange. It's like Motor City Machine Guns. It's like... Part of me is like, I was surprised they hired them in the first place. Not because they're not good, but, you know, they're older. But, you know, they could teach a younger generation a lot. They're already gone. Now they're Black. You feel bad for that guy. I mean, Kairi... You'd think that if AEW was going to pick any of those people up, you'd think it would be Kairi Sane, but... Nope, come on. I bet they'll get Motor City Machine Guns as well. And I don't want to say it guy's a nostalgia act, but, you know. I don't know. Maybe they're not as old as I think they are, but, like, I remember the Motor City Machine Guns in, like, the mid-2000s, like, 2006. They've been around a long time. Mid-40s. Which in, you know, wrestling world, that's not an impossible age anymore, but... Well, thanks for following as well. I do appreciate that. Again, hope you're having a great weekend. Okay, let's go put the key. Let's go use the key card real quick. Then we'll go upstairs. I mean, the AEW audience, unlike the WWE audience, is much more likely to know who Motor City Machine Guns is and like get excited about the legacy aspect at least. Am I playing through the whole Resident Evil? I mean, I kind of have been. Like, I've been sort of all over the place, and then I played 2, and now I'm playing 3. Like, I'm kind of playing the ones I haven't played yet, which were 2 original, which I just did, 3 original this, Code Veronica, which is the next one after this anyway, so I'll probably play that next, and then the 2 Revelations games, and then 6. I will use the stars card. The evidence room. Ah, that's what I'm here for. 40. You know, I was about to be like, I can remember that, but it's always good to write these things down. Basically, imagine if you're speedrunning this game and you just get that key. I mean, do you even need the key card if you just know what the password is? Maybe not. Oops. Take a break for it. Oops. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Ugh, where is it? Cool looking key. I want this key. I might need my STARS card still when I get into the STARS office. We'll see. Get a fancy keyhole with like my face on it. The zombies like stairs. Yes, they do. Oh, this. I never did open that door. Oh, they're not gonna make me do this, are they? I don't think so. They're not even here. Okay. The blocks aren't here today. Gotta keep them stocked up. Should I look at Wesker's desk 50 times again or something? Yes, I will. But I'm gonna probably be taking some trips. Ah, there it is. I was mad last time when it didn't give me one. He knows whose desk it is. What would my mechanic be if I was in 80s wrestler? Well, yeah, probably just Rascal Mike. Oh, I really want that though. Yeah, we're going to drop some of this stuff off. I should not smash that one over and over again. Okay. Let's drop some of this stuff off, then we'll be right back. I wonder if the grenade launcher is good in this one like it is in 2, because it was great in 2. Let's see if there's anything around the corner. Don't look like it. No liquors. Yet. Oh, if I didn't get the downstairs red herbs, they would just be up here. That's interesting. Oh, Jesus. Man, I wouldn't mind playing the Onimusha game someday. There's other things I'd want to do first. I think I'll save down here now. It's been a moment, right? Maybe I can make one more. Maybe I'll get the rest of the items first. Okay. I thought I would need the STARS card there, but I didn't. Well, I guess I didn't try going on my computer yet. I might still need it. I don't know. Here, we're gonna be right back. We won't need this healing item right away. David's memo. As soon as that's end, I still can't believe this is happening. We lost another men yesterday. Mayor, one of our better marksmanship, he saw me panic once we were overrun by the zombies, but he came back to save me. When the time came to return the debt, I ran. I can still hear him calling out my name. Jesus, I can still hear the screams coming behind. The sound of his flesh being stripped from his bones. I was afraid, terrified. 27th, the fight to stay alive continues. Took out several zombies who managed to break through the barricades. I'm cutting through the chill with whiskey, letting my Mossberg on anything undead. Shotgun's become a close friend of mine. I've blasted many a zombie into fertilizer with it. The last 13 minutes as of yesterday. In 3 hours, we'll bicker over trivial things in the meeting room. It's a total waste of time. When I finish this bottle, my old friend Mossberg will be turning one less zombie into fertilizer. Peace at last. I can hardly wait. Oh. Him. He's the last one. Oh boy, that's close. Rather not waste bullets on these two. We're never gonna see them again soon. No, I decided to save after I do this one more office run. Guess I'm just here for the lockpick, which is probably pretty important. For what, though? We've been everywhere. Are we just gonna leave? Did we just come here for my lockpick at the end of the day? It's a distinct possibility. That's funny. Where else could we possibly find a bobby pin? Oh, cool.
No! Come anyone! Our platoon is cut off! No survivors found! This is Carlos!
Carlos.
Support immediately!
There he is. Budsack, thank you for 33 months. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Hope you have a great weekend. What was that noise? Why did the glass shatter? It's either Stone Cold Steve Austin or a fucking dog.
Stars.
How did that get me? You can't come in here, right? Alright, well, let's save now. Jesus. Extremely dead noise. I don't know what the hell that noise was. I was like, well, whatever it was already broke through the window. It's not going to happen now. It still happened. Yeah, let's shoot new save just in case. It really is their best trick, huh? Is the thing coming out of the window. That's one. Resident Evil 2 got me 2 times. That's 1 for 3. We'll see if it does more. Wait, where the hell is he? Oh, fucking... Oh, nice shot, idiot.
Stars.
Okay. Perfect. So, like, to be clear, though, the dodge button is the same as the shoot button, which is strange. Like, they have an X button that they admit's not being used. Get, not now, buddy. Oh, right, he's shooting. Wrong way. This is the first pursuer enemy, huh? Stars. Where's Carlos's body? There, let's get out of here. I have the lockpick, don't worry. It's bullshit that, like, Joe doesn't have a special item. Where are we taking this? Probably down there. Anything in this car? Coffee. Button. Here we go. There's no guns that take up 2 slots, well that's something. Yeah, but why is that there? Oh, it's a fucking liquor. Slowly. Korn just put out a new song about Diablo 4. I mean, oh, how about that? What's in here? How's that? Fire hose is fixed with bolts. Alright, we'll need something to take that off then. How's this going? Pretty well so far. Was that a rope? Can I climb up this? Cool pizza. Cool pizza. What's this? Blue herbs already? Fucking hell. Too early for this shit game. Great, I never got poisoned once in Diablo 2. Let's see. What the hell am I hearing? Yeah, fucking hell. Wrong way. Serpentine pattern. Serpentine. Serpentine. Okay, this dog's gotta go down. These are some bullet sponge fucking dogs. Oh my god. Jeez. Glad I ran past the other ones. My god. What's going on here? Of course not. Got it. Even, it's like the permanent blue herb. What do they think is going to be poisoning me here? Please give me a storage box. Yes. More ink ribbons. Alright. Can't afford to carry this around everywhere. So far, so good. I have to go to the bathroom, right, buddy? I'll let you chill out with the saber music for a moment. I'll be right back. am back. Someone asked where the repository of complete knowledge rock song comes from. Yes, that song comes from a mid-90s 2D early MMO called Castle Infinity. It rocked. I loved it and had weird music like that. Castle Infinity, look it up. It was way ahead of its time. Theme song's good too. Where are there? Million places, lots of places around for people like you and me. Floors that roar with dinosaurs. Castle Infinity. Want you to know you're part of the show. It started over 60 billion years ago. Have you heard Lil B's Resident Evil song? I don't think so. Does it play during one of those movies? I might have. What do we need this cable for? A deep dive of history of Capcom? That'd be good. If it was for the fact that, like, most people who know about that speak a language I don't know, it'd be fun to write it. How is the PS1 RE3 in the GameCube? Let's see, it's good. Honestly, the biggest issue is, like, I don't love controlling these kind of tank games with an analog stick, and the GameCube has that tiny D-pad that also isn't great for it, so it's a little awkward moving around. Drum Kid, thank you for 11 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for all the support. Hope you have a great weekend. I feel like I should just keep these power cables out for a moment. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, I've learned I can't really bother spending time to shoot these dogs. They have 1,000,000 health. Just run for it. There's a map. Jesus. What a map. This box hanging over me is ominous. Oh, goody. Hell. Look at me go. We said one shotgun shell there. Oh, for God's sake, there's more of them. Run, 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 run. We're not fighting two. We're not fighting two. Okay, we are fighting two. I dodged that. Now I think I kind of get how this dodge works. Okay. I need a battery. Battery. The Switch 2 pre-order stream was a year ago already? That's wild. That's hard to believe. We were on the front page of Twitch and everything. That's probably still my highest view count. Ever watch any Tim Rogers videos? I don't think so. Okay. Who's scum? Maybe I should get inside this restaurant. God. This is more zombies than I was expecting. Oh my God. Yeah, I swear the turning is slower in this one. It's harder to get the 2-for-1s. Where am I trying to go? Behind me. I'll leave you for now. And more shotgun ammo. Oh, for fuck's sake, why'd I put my lockpick away? There's a save room over there. What's going on here? Nice looking place. City guide. I don't need a history lesson. Michael Warren. Thank you for the stream shake, TR Bucket. Nothing in that purse? Bullshit. Status is not amazing, but we can maybe take one more hit. Yes, me and the hard went gold, so hopefully get a release date soon. I'm looking forward to that game. Flammable gas is leaking. Great. Okay. There's a save room over here. We can get our lockpick. Are all the other zombies dead? What will we do if we have Twitch Prime memberships? WGB on Twitch or individual owners like yourself or Grub? I will say that we do not ever talk about what like Twitch subs for Giant Bomb much in terms of how having a significant impact on our revenue. Yeah, you always need one of these fucking cranks. Hey, Dragar, thank you for 2 months. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, the most important thing for Giant Bomb's always going to be premium subscriptions. This is the wrong way. These zombies are faster, I swear. A crowbar, a fire hook. We're gonna Gordon Freeman this shit. We should be able to open up this latch now. What's this?
What's that?
Beast of Violet, thank you for 15 months.
Calm down, lady.
Hope you're doing
I'm
well.
a zombie. My name's Carlos, Corporal of Umbrella's Biohazard Countermeasure Force. What's your name?
Umbrella.
Did you just say you belong to Umbrella's army?
Yeah, we came all the way out here to save you civilians. But the mission went bad the minute we landed.
Ah, shit.
How did he find me?
Run to the basement, obviously.
This way.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I know. I can see it's a freezer. Go in it. All right. Once the water gets high enough, we're gonna go in this hole. It's gonna be fine.
Follow me.
Or we'll follow you. No, 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 not up here. Why did I follow him? So it's like a 50-50 guess where to go thing, huh? Cool. Where did I save?
Resident Evil.
Resident Evil. So evil. This is kind of a bit back. Why didn't I save in that other room? Alright, we know a couple of things. We'll just do this part better now. Want to keep the lockpick out. Did I get the cable yet? I might not have even gotten the cable yet. I need to go back for the cable. How should I pay for the Resident Evil games on GameCube? I picked this one up maybe a couple years ago. And I don't think it was cheap. I bet whatever price charting says this thing cost 2 years ago is probably what I paid for it. This is the only one I have. I don't have 2 or Code Veronica on GameCube. I mean, I have... like, Resident Evil 1 and 0 aren't very expensive, and neither is 4. It's 2, 3, and Code Veronica that are expensive. They've gotten expensive. Well, I wish I got them all then back then. Because at the time, they didn't really sell a lot of these. People were like, I don't want these ports. Now everybody really wants them. Funny how that works out. Yeah, I got to run past some dogs again. And whatnot. Fight some more zombies. Yep. Okay, 1 hit's fine. PS1 Resident Evil 2 is expensive even? And that I didn't know. Oh, the liquors. Where did I come from? What am I hearing? Must be Carlos. Okay, man, there's that Michael guy again. Whoa, cool. Place your wisdom here. And bring my wisdom with me. No, I don't know what to do with it yet. Why is there a hole in that horse? More green herbs. I'll take those. Well, that's interesting. There's just a Biohazard 4 sign here. Being a bit cheeky, aren't they? But it's interesting because Resident Evil 4 had those like that was like a much longer game to develop. They made this game pretty quickly. Alright, I don't want to open that crate yet. Let's go to that save room. I mean, maybe that Biohazard 4 sign was added in this GameCube port. I don't know. Right, yeah. Opening hatch triggers Carlos, which is why I want to go to that save room first. Yep. Damn it. Damn it. Oh, boy. Way too many zombies here, man. This is the wrong way. Shit. Oof. She reloads really fast. Give her that. Hey, Dark Hat, thank you for 14 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Alright, this crank. Alright. Okay. To my herbs. This is a much better position we're in this time. Thank you again, Dakath. Yeah, and I feel like I just can't carry this lock. Well, actually, I do need the lockpick because I didn't take the thing out yet, so we do have to carry that around. Okay, and we'll save. Don't let me know if I don't need the crank for a bit. I'm okay figuring it out. You know, like if that's like a roadblock, like, oh, I shouldn't have been carrying the crank around. I think that's a fun thing for me to have to like struggle with myself. See, I don't mind the inventory management. I like it. It's fine. Leave the gun, take the cannoli. Good. Good. Okay. Yeah, sometimes I talk rhetorically. If I ever actually need help, I will very directly be like, chat, tell me what to do, because I'm a dummy. And it will happen. Oh, it'll happen. Oh, weird. He's right. Alright, so I guess we're gonna hide in the kitchen this time. Well, right. Because I will just lure him over here and then shoot these. I get it. I see now. It's gonna go great this time. Oh, I didn't actually take the thing. Fuck. I have played a video game. I can skip the cutscene this time. Interesting. That's nice.
Over here.
Oh, well, like, I didn't realize it was gonna, like, literally happen in the cutscene. Okay. Interesting.
Are you crazy?
Hey,
You
Resident
could've
Evil
barbecued
Knievel.
both of us.
But I didn't. Well, that's it, everybody. Nemesis is dead forever. Let's see. He'll never bother us again. Oh, we're not. There's nothing to do down here yet? Got any ideas, Carlos? Carlos, give me a boost. Go in the freezer. Alright, I guess we're not... Was this only here so I can make a wrong decision? I don't know. That's alright. It might have been. Fuck! Shoot him! So fast!
I need to ask you something. Why did Umbrella send your team here?
Our mission is to rescue the civilians.
How kind of you.
Oh, there it is.
Considering Umbrella caused all this in the first place, those liars.
Yeah.
Look, we're just mercenaries, hired hands.
Are you mercenaries or do you work for Umbrella?
No time for talking.
Yeah, let's talk somewhere
If
else.
you can believe me, then join us. Think about it.
Didn't take too much damage from him, at least. I mean... Oh my god, he's back already. Oh, this is the wrong way, shit. Oh, for fuck's sake. I want to go the other way. Excuse me. Nah, this is damage I really do not want to take. I mean, what did I accomplish there? Where Carlos didn't like say, "Come meet us here." I mean, there's this gas station. There's this door. I'm not sure what items I might need. Okay. I got the gun parts. That's nice. They're useless right now, but maybe someday. I have all sorts of items, and there's too many to just take them all with me. We're gonna have to find out I need them. Macy's not here anymore. Oh, really? The jewels, right. I have one gem. Fuck. Oh my god. It's interesting how Mr. X and Nemesis changed roles in the originals and remake. Whereas Mr. X was just kind of a cinematic character, Nemesis was the pursuer. Then the remakes, Mr. X is the pursuer, Nemesis is the cinematic character. I could use a drink, actually. What the hell? That's a zombie, alright. Alright, I can push that, obviously. What's that noise? Where am I pushing this? Oh, there you go. Oh, this thing. Yes. Yes, I will. Well, oh, right, there's a fire. That's why the fireproof shutter was down. I see. Just a little burnt. Ugh. That I'll admit it. That mildly scared me. Fucking windows again. Oh Jesus! Backdraft, just like that movie. Get what it's called. And there we go. Where'd you come from? Man, my once plentiful handgun ammo is dissipating fast. Maybe I should have just ran past that guy. I gotta get back to that box. What do you want me to do about this game? Run. Go. Squeeze through. Oh shit. Am I dead? No, but I really need to squeeze through here. Yeah, shit. No, I'm dead. No. That's okay. We took that one intention. We lost a little bit of progress, but we took that one intentional hit I really didn't like, and I know where to go now. I also know to take the 1 gem with me when I leave the one place, so it's gonna be fine. It's fine.
Resident Evil 3.
I've been dying a lot more than I did in like the first few hours of Resident Evil 2, that's for sure. Much harder. Right, I know a lot of people think Resident Evil 2 is maybe a little easy. Where am I going? I hate when I accidentally take, There we go. What? Did I went the wrong way again? Reloading. Is reset like start from the beginning? Like take me to the main menu. That's what I want. There we go.
Resident Evil 3.
Oops. I remember to put my ink ribbons away. I almost said rink ribbons. This time for sure, maybe. Fine. Hard to tell sometimes what things it wants you to actually use from your inventory and what things that it's gonna just prompt you to use.
How did he find me? Over here.
Let's not go downstairs this time.
Are you crazy?
Your uncle's a jazz
You could've
legend? That's
barbecued
fun.
both of us.
Okay, bam. That's what you sound like, Carlos. Oh, shit. Good job, Carlos. Get your shots in. Nemesis should break typewriters. That's insane. Catholic Student Center. Oh, baby. Catholicism is canon in Resident Evil. How'd you get over there? Bullshit. At least whenever he's on the screen, it seems like other people aren't. Oof. Have any interest in playing Final Fantasy 14 on Switch? Yeah. Might be a nice way to, like, level up some alts and whatnot in bed. I never... I know, like, Final Fantasy 14 is much better on controller than a lot of MMOs. I still have never loved playing it on a controller, but... learn. Especially maybe with these new, job rotations might be easier. Alright. How are we gonna get around Nemesis this time? Maybe we should try shooting him a bit and see if he gets staggered. Is he invincible? I mean, I don't think I can kill him. But I'm just hoping I can stagger him long enough to get around him. Otherwise, I don't know. It's just such a narrow hallway that I encounter him at. Like, I tried to squeeze past him last time, and that went poorly. Was there anything over there? No. Get the jewel and leave. They did it again. There's a little room here now. Oh. Oh, for fuck's sake. Not now, zombie. Okay. Oh, that's good. Thank you. No. 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 Good enough. Good enough. Went great, actually. Fantastic work, me. Didn't luck into anything there. Just skill. My health's not even that bad. Anything over there? Blocked from the other side. Fuck's sake. Can't fight City Hall. You can't fight corporate America. They are big and we are small. Can't fight City Hall. What's with that statue? Interesting. Turn the page, wash your hand. Yeah, that's Rocco. Yeah, I'm surprised they're already thinking about phasing out support for the PS4 version of Final Fantasy 14. I didn't think that would be necessary for a very long time. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that the PS3 version was phased out. Like, I imagine there's a lot of people who played that game on PS4 still. Maybe not. And there's like so much real estate in this game, man. The station, right, that's where they are. Feels like in the remake, you meet up with like Carlos and that crew very early on. Like you're in the basement. I guess also the PS5 is older than I remember. Good enough. I love an old trolley station. Oh, bullshit. Ah, boy, they're gonna grab me. No? Well, am I that hurt? I am that hurt. Hey, Dan, how's it going? How are you feeling, buddy? Ah, fuck, I need those cables. Know that you're intimidated by your new job, Kevin. He's back, Jack! So let me tell you how to make sure that you and your trains get along just fine. You see, these carriages were made in 1968 and then imported from Europe. Sometimes they get rickety. They still work because they're simple, stubborn, and strong. Still not great. Oh, I can't taste or smell. Oh no, your fever's broken. Do you think you have COVID? Hope you feel better. You can always depend on them. If they have a bad day and are malfunctioning, you'll need to take a good look at their circuits for any trouble. And once you discover what's wrong, they'll be able to fix it easily. So you'll be able to avoid those nasty little malfunctions. If you check the parts every day, these old trains will surely have problems. So you don't remember to check them out. Just remember that you replace anything, you need to choose a suitable part. When I say suitable, I mean that even if you can't find the original part, you better find something that works good enough. Even with regard to oil, you must always prepare good quality oil for these trains. Never forget, Kevin, that a man may betray others, but a machine won't. Wow.
You're one of the survivors from the rescue team, right?
Oh, this
I
guy's
just
a
ran into
jerk.
your teammate, Carlos.
How did a girl like you manage to survive?
Hey, I'm no ordinary civvy. I'm a member of STARS.
I'm a member of STARS.
Stars? You mean the RPD Special Force Team?
Hey, is someone wounded back there?
No. He's doing great.
Oh, this looks bad.
They're coming. Get ready. Fire. Fire. Stay together.
Calm down. You're safe now. Everything is gonna be okay.
No, it's not. Hope that's not Chris's blood. He's our old partner, you know.
So, Jill, did you decide to help us out? It looks like we're the only ones who survived. We should work together.
No, we can't trust her.
Yeah, this gatekeeper looks sharper than I was expecting.
Why? But Sergeant, we need her help. Our unit's down to you, me, and Lieutenant Mikhail. That's it. And Mikhail's hurt bad. If we don't cooperate, we won't be walking away from this mission.
Fine. Then let's go over our plan. We're moving to the clock tower area, which is the designated landing zone for the extraction chopper. Once we get there and give the signal,
Yep.
the chopper
Shoot
will
hardware.
fly in and pull us out.
RetroTink 5X.
That's a lot of ground to cover. I don't think we can make it on foot.
The main problem we have is that the landing zone is cut off from here by the fire. So we have no choice but to use this cable car to navigate through it. Fortunately, we can also use it as a moving shield to get us through the worst areas.
That works for me. Good plan, sir.
Sir.
Okay, people, let's get moving.
Hope that's not Chris's blood. Sir.
Put this on.
It's like, is this what I think it is? Oh, Carlos, you are my new favorite Resident Evil character. Thank you. Oh, thank you. The wrench. Okay, there was that fire hose in like the beginning area that I probably need to get with this thing. There's probably lots of things I need to get now. There's a gas station. Hopefully that's a save room. I need a box here. got new missions to get the cable car moving. Gotcha. Let's go back around here and then up this way to the gas station. I think it just says father. Father! 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 Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. Father, into your hands, why have you forsaken me? In your heart forsaken me. In your thoughts forsake. I can't go up that way. I can go this way. Forsaken. Go right past them. Oh, no, we can't. That was mean. Mean game. Mean game. Chocolate Plantain, thank you for 24 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Congratulations, your Mike McQuanchy badge. Appreciate that. Hope you have a good weekend. Oh, there's more zombies. I wasn't looking. There's so many more zombies. That was a mistake. Where did all these zombies come from? How much damage did I just take? I'm technically still fine. I don't think I'm that fine. Wake up. Grab brush and put on a little makeup. How's got to fade away to shake up? Why'd you leave your keys up on the table? Here you go, creating another fable. Right way. No. Why was this door locked, though? You wanted to. It's not locked anymore. Bullshit. Okay. I'll take it. Whoa. Green Herb City all of a sudden. Did you say now there's an American zombie because he was fat? Vanya? Wow. Wow. Oh my god, this thing. What's this about? Yes, I will push the switch. Alright, well this is going in that hole that said knowledge before. Going in my knowledge hole. There, I killed your fat zombie. How do you feel about that? So... I guess we can cross over here and get to this save room first before we do anything else. Got a lot of stuff. Ammo's starting to become a worry. I have some ammo parts I can craft from. Back at the Catholic Student Center. That's a lot of... It's like the opposite of Resident Evil 2. Healing was the stuff thing I was often low on. Okay, is there anything else I think I want to bring out with me right now? I don't think so. Put the book in that hole. Don't... When's the last time I saved? It's been a while, actually, hasn't it? Yeah, it's been quite a while. Let's go ahead and save. Go ahead and save up here. This one throws more ammo at you. I mean, 2 was relatively generous with the ammo. He was harsher with the healing, I thought. Okay, I should be able to cut through the restaurant. Be at that place. Okay, so you guys have respawned now that Nemesis is done terrorizing this part. Reset that. I got pretty good at dodging in 2. I mean, there was a part in the middle of the game where I was kind of running low on handgun ammo with Claire. If I can, like, activate you that way, then go around this way, yep. You're a problem. No, you're not. Oh my god, never mind. Where did all these zombies come from? Go around this way. Now, why would I want to take this bronze compass? Like, shouldn't it be happy there? Weird that didn't seem to really do anything. At least that thing's not in my inventory anymore. What's this door? This is where we, like, started the game, maybe? I don't know. Maybe worth checking it out again. There's gonna be that liquor I never killed yet. Maybe someday I'll find some other circular object to put in there, swap it out, I don't know. This is actually a door. I think, yep. What's that? What the hell is going on? Oh my god, just shoot him. Oh my god, going really badly. What the hell was that? That's gonna be a fucking reset, I think. Let me see what's over here, then I'll reset. We saved not that long ago. Oh, that's definitely a reset now. Nice leg. I do hate poison. I don't think there's any place in Resident Evil. I'm just not gonna carry a blue herb around with me at all times. Are you crazy? Guess I have enough inventory, I almost could, but I don't want to. See, Dan's on my side. Frankly, I don't know if I love him that much in RPGs, even. Nerpadak's are like, oh boy, I'm poisoned, I better heal. Okay. Right, alright, you then go that way, then I'll go this way. Oh, it didn't work this time. Great. What am I trying to accomplish? Yeah, let's drop the book off again first. What are those things? Aren't even really liquors, are? I mean, they're liquor adjacent, but I don't think liquor's poisoned you. Unless you just got lucky. I only just learned what a sausage roll is because I watch a YouTube channel called Fallow where they made one. That's better. I really don't have much shotgun ammo. That's right. This thing needed a battery. Battery. And I don't have one. Okay, this is way too many zombies. It's worse. Somehow got through that. Alright, this room. Part of me's like, I should save. Another part of me's like, I don't even know if I want to be over here. That's right, I forgot I have this grenade launcher. Maybe we should swap that out for the shot. Well, we can have both for a moment. We have enough inventory. I mean, I have this power cable, but I don't think I need only that to get the cable car going. I guess I could have checked. In my mind, there must be more to it than that. There's definitely that fire hose in, like, the beginning of the game. I don't think that actually opens. I don't know. This map's a little weird. I don't know. It's like sometimes... Like, is this whole area like a section I never got the map for? I think that might be right. Yeah. Boy, am I really supposed to be back here? Guess that's why we saved. I mean, there were some locked doors. Guess we'll find out. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, nice, Mike. Open the door, lady. We're gonna explore over here. We're not gonna save because again, I am just getting a feeling. I don't know. There was definitely stuff to do over here. Oh, it's right there. The hose right behind me. Let's see. Damn it. Bolts. Use the... Okay. Okay, there it goes. Well, I have a fire hose. That's probably good enough. The fact that they put it right here. I don't think I don't know. I don't know if I really need to run it. Like, what's this? It's probably just a shortcut unlock. This, I don't know. I don't know if it's worth risking myself going through all these other things. Oh, this is the RPD. It's a problem is I don't immediately know. I'm not like, oh, thank God I got the fire. I mean, it might just be about fueling. Maybe the fueling thing was right by the thing. I don't know. I'd eat it, maybe. Guess we're just gonna have to look around. Just hate looking around because I know there's a lot of zombies I did not kill in this area. Potentially dogs. Oh, never mind. Alright, here you go. Here's me asking a question. Do I need to be in this area still? Can I leave? Do I still need something over here before I waste my ammo? I don't need any more details than that, but just... Should I be going this way? Because I'm thinking that I just needed this and now I can leave. Look at me go. Tricked in. Yeah, see, all the unwanted help, and now I ask a question. No, son, nobody knows nothing, huh? Alright. Alright. Well, I'm not going in anymore. I don't even have the ammo for it. Gotta run past the fucking dogs again. For some reason they're not even aggroing on me this time. There's one. Did I pick up the purse? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't remember any purses. There is something to do in the uptown area. Is that what that was? I didn't say the magic word. Like something mandatory. How do I even get over in here? What? I can't even get to the gas station, right? Like, there's no path there. This may be someday. Right, because this thing's probably gonna go to the gas station. I don't know. Let's take our water hose and our cable to the cable car, see if that does anything. Why are the blue herbs right there? Not even close to this. I guess we're kind of close to the things that poison me. Alright, I don't think I need the wrench. Gonna need to take more healing out. Nope. This is my first time, yep. Oh, right, you guys. Man, I want to go to Eagle's pet shop. Somehow get through that every time. Army like wants to shoot that. Like, what is this? This is also where I killed them now. Yeah, I guess maybe I should have shot it on them. Yeah. Thought there'd be something fun in there at least. Hmm. Don't need a battery. Right. Oh shit. Turn around fast. I am good at adventure games. It's just seems like going back to that first place is really inconvenient in a way that I wouldn't expect the game to make me, but it might. I would have expected if I was going to go all the way back over there would be more of a shortcut than this, but maybe not. But that's okay. I want to... Do I have... Yeah, let's take the things I have over there this time and see what happens. For fuck's sake. Hey, Trojan Horse, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate the support. Thank you for the encouragement. I'm running out of ammo. There's something in this trash. No. Best Greek kebab protein, lamb chicken. I'm not a lamb guy. Oh, okay, this is new.
Don't come any closer!
Yeah, kick it. That's smart.
Mikhail, do you have some kind of death wish?
My people, they were wiped out by these monsters. I can't stop just because I'm wounded.
Russians?
But can't you see those monsters are also the victims of Umbrella?
Are you accusing me of taking it out on them? You don't seem to understand something. We're not really involved with the company. There's no reason for any of us to take responsibility for this mess.
Wait.
I know that.
Is he
And
Russian
right
or
now,
Scottish?
That's the only reason why I'm trying to cooperate with you.
Sorry.
Bought a bunch of
I feel
applesauce.
so useless.
Don't. You
Ugh.
fought hard and have the wounds to prove it.
Liquidy applesauce sounds disgusting.
I'm still alive. My men aren't.
Don't think about
Dan.
that now.
Ugh.
Just rest.
Alright. Well, I have a power cable. Alright, that's one. What else? Fuse, mixed oil. Applesauce is so gross. I might actually rather eat an apple than applesauce. I mean, I'm definitely going to be using this hose to get oil somewhere. Fuse I'm less sure about. Yeah, this is troublesome. Definitely kind of have to. It's like I'm okay to kind of walk around and look around, but just running low on ammo, and the game keeps spawning in more zombies. It's not. They don't. It's not spawning in any more ammo, you know. I try to run past him, and that happens. Oh boy, blowing it. Have I gone this way yet? This is my problem. Oh, this looks promising for fuel. Ah, fuck, the crank. Would you grab that? There you go, more red herbs, that's good. Have I ever nearly burned your place down because of grilled cheese? No. Look, I've tried to talk Dan into it not being that scary, but he just won't believe me. I don't know what to do. I'm hurt he doesn't trust me, his friend, honestly, but... I'm just gonna fucking kill this guy. I'm over him. Okay, how many bullets, buddy? Like, you see my concerns with my ammo? Fucking hell. Screw that. Oh, great. Just clipped him, I guess. We can put this away at least. Oh my god. It's like if I wait any longer, I'm dead. I mean, my ammo situation is bad. Like, I've never seen more shotgun ammo. I have gunpowder A, so I can make more handgun ammo, which honestly I probably almost just should right now. I don't know what I'm saving it for a rainy day, because I am low on ammo. Then I came here for that. Chad, are you really trying to talk Dan into making grilled cheese sandwiches? Let him be. He's sick. Leave him alone. I don't know if I should save. I've not really accomplished anything. We need this. I know you want to know how to do it. Oh, look at that. There is shotgun shells right here. That's cute. Too much. Well, Dan, I'm standing up for you. I know you would love to. I mean, you did that one time. But it's alright. I'd rather have the shotgun again than the grenade launcher. It almost caught on fire. No, it didn't. I was there. Are you talking about the time way before where you used like 20 times more Pam spray than you were supposed to? Okay. I was stressing. No, I was not stressing because, see, now this is interesting. Stressing because it was cut. I think I was not. I was getting mad because you were using so much Pam spray. At no point was I that worried about fire. I don't think. You used Pam spray for grilled cheese? No, but he did, and that's fine. Yeah, it was also. I think you also were. I think there was a butter situation that wasn't quite right. I think I was getting upset about some kind of butter situation. Some strange butter applications. He salted the butter. Salting butter's fine, although your butter is already salted. Am I the wrong way? No. Gas station. Yeah, I have been bullied by food YouTube into buying unsalted butter, even though I like salt. They're always like, buy unsalted butter. You can salt it yourself to your taste. And I'm like, trust me, I always want salt. Your child tutorial, and it was some 20-something doing some weird Gen Alpha voice effect, and he was more concerned with the cheese pool for Instagram. Yeah, there's good channels and there's bad channels. I would, That Dude Can Cook is good. Fallow's been great for like a more chefy thing. Buddy, I really don't want to kill you also. I've killed too many zombies. There we go. Which way am I going? Food Wishes is the ultimate. That guy is no frills. Just shows you how to make things. He's kind of a little funny. Food Wishes is great for just like nice, easy, simple recipes. Oh yeah, the shorts you don't want. The shorts are always gonna be like clout-based stuff. Are you fucking kidding me? What the hell is that? What? Oh, I gotta go back for the wrench. Oh my god. Look, I'm saying it right now. Not as good as Resident Evil 2. Which way am I going? Past this asshole? Of course it is. For fuck's sake, get off of me. Yeah, actually, you come over here. Bro was mad at Metroid, but loves Metroidvanias. Look, it's a lot. What's this red hose? Nothing? Oh my god. No. And we're going back. As long as it's saved in a while, because I really... It's like everything I did could be done much faster now that I know what to do. Presumably with taking less hits and wasting less bullets, but who knows. I haven't even used the hose yet. Maybe that's promising. Maybe it's the fuse box I'll get in the gas station somehow. This is the wrong way. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the bronze pieces. Like, I can't just swap them because it's a circle and a square. Leo Jung, thank you so much for following. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good evening. Thank you. Yeah, well, yeah. Look, it's a good game. I am just a smidge. I swear to God. Jockeying Mike D, thank you so much for following. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Alright, this is gonna be so exciting. Can't wait to see what's in here. Better be some ammo. Get fancy groceries. The fancy, sometimes I'll put something like a smoked cheese in. Maybe feta. I kind of like the salty feta bite. But usually just whatever's fine. Oh, good. Get rid of the wrench at least. How can you know you'll never need a wrench again? Oh, is that a bunch of ammo mixing stuff? That's great. Yeah, I'll take it. Of course, it doesn't stack.
Jill!
Hey, Carlos.
Hey, the zombies are getting restless.
I know. I can hear them. What's going on?
Shaft type what?
Jill!
What's wrong?
They're coming! They must have sniffed us out. They know we're here.
Hey, calm down.
Any objections to my playing hero this time?
What are you doing? Carlos!
Take that. Anything else? Oil! Is it just one of these turn them all off things? Or only have D on, maybe? D on. Sounds like Leon. Yep. Now only have A on. This is fun. I like this game. Puzzle's dumb. I like this puzzle. Oh, I didn't even need the fucking hose. Ah! Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Carlos, I made a boo-boo. Oh, shoot, hot a second ago.
Carlos!
Can I have your gun?
No!
Relax. I'm not dead yet.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. That hero stuff is harder than it looks.
Still need... No, now what? Let's maybe get out of this burning gas station.
Ouch, my ears are ringing. We both should be deaf by now. Okay, I'm gonna scrounge up some equipment. There might not be any at our destination.
Thanks, Carlos. Carly, see anywhere I could use a hose? Or get a fuse? Just... Look, you tell me right now if I need to go to Uptown to get the fuse. So I may as well drop off the... What's Uptown? Nothing. What's Uptown with you? What? Are there always this many zombies here? Oh boy. Jesus. I regret coming this way because I have to do that again. I mean, the fuse must be related to what's going on with the book and the thing. What do you mean? Yeah. Now wait, now fire here. I didn't ask for help with that. What the heck is this? Is fire hair breaking the rules? What is going on? What is going on? Do I have to give Fire a warning? Everyone's all cheesed up. He's drunk with power. He's gonna ban himself. Who mods the mods? Like what? Alright, well, that's what we gotta use the hose for, is we gotta mix this oil with something, apparently. Alright. I don't know what we're gonna mix it. Well, I got a K over here for no reason. I have to run past these zombies again. I think? They here? Well, I guess it was later. This room. Gotta kill these two. Come on, it's even knocked that one over. Ah, it's going much worse. Fine. Not going there anymore. What did this turn on and or off? It can hold something in its hand. Like what? Does he want the compass? Or whatever I get out of that thing. At least Nemesis hasn't chased me for a moment. That's something. Alright. I will save, but on a new save file. Because I don't trust this save file. Anything else I think I might need? Part of me's like, let's just... no, let's not keep the lockpick on right now. Alright, where are the ink ribbons? There's obviously something with this, but I can't do anything there until I get the battery. This is gonna be related to that shit down there. Well, then, what's the book about then? Whatever. Let's go down there now. Hey, where's the restaurant? I thought it was weird that there was nothing down there. Where's the latch? Here? That's in the kitchen. That's right. Yes, I will. Well, nothing's different here yet. But there's grates. It sure is a freezer. She doesn't want to seem to do anything with it. But I thought something would have changed down there. Oh. Push the switch. Right. It sure is a switch for the drain. Now use it. Nintendo, push the switch. Xbox, record that. What the hell? Is it because the water's going, maybe? Let's see. Let's put both things back on. Maybe that button will work. I mean, this is the new thing. I've never seen both of these going before. What happens if it's just the compass? What's with this fucking horse? Oh, I can't even cross it. Mike's just mad at everything now. Look, this puzzle's not immediately making a ton of sense to me. I'm not asking for any help, and I don't want any help. But this is not making any sense to me. Is anything different down here? Nope, exactly the same. Okay. Oh, cool. It hurt me. Hurt my eyes. Like, again, like, so what? Maybe I don't need this right now. Okay. I see. The only reason I wanted this book was because otherwise I couldn't leave after I put it on. So I do want the water flowing. That's correct. That's what I was kind of missing. So this, yes. The water flowing is good. Why? I don't know. But I do want the water flowing. That is the right thing. Now, what do we do with this? Do not become addicted to water. I don't know. Everything going on in the freezer, I'm suddenly worried is not actually connected to this in any way. I'll go look down there one more time, but I don't have anything for the mare to hold, I don't think. Didn't miss these, didn't I? Thought they were salt shakers or something. Still don't get this. There seems to be a switch for the drain. Don't want to do anything with that. I mean, the map doesn't show the freezer as a locked door. It doesn't show any of this as having locked doors, so I don't know. It's a freezer. Maybe if I walk around, it'll become more obvious what turning that water on did there. Gotta go drop these items off anyways. I do like a nice walk-in freezer. Used to have one at the pizza place I worked at. I liked being in there. All right. Okay. I guess we should try to get, maybe Michael, maybe that statue will like holding this compass or the book. I mean, what else would it be? We do have these things now. That must be for some reason. See, maybe that's all it's really about, is just getting the compass, and the water was about making me stuck. That makes sense, actually. I bet that's it. Jefferson, Shirley, thank you for following. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a good weekend. Yep. Oh, not the fucking birds. Wrong way. Get the fuck. Joe, just run. Don't do this whole like, oh, there's birds. Just run. We're getting there. I bet this is gonna work. Yep. That's where the battery is? Why is there a battery there? What the hell is that? I mean, look, there's some pretty weird do this to get an item thing in these games, but that's an interesting one. Dogalog, thank you so much for 20 months. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Look, we got the battery. That's the important thing. Why is anything? You're right. It's always usually ridiculous. That one just a little bit especially so. I don't think the book's for anything. Okay. We can go back here now and see what this unlocks. Then I still have to cut my oil with something. Yeah, we gotta put oil with ice. The tram can't take it neat. The baby tram. Can't remember if I've killed these guys or not on this save file. I think I might have. Look at that. I mean, this is gonna go somewhere entirely new. I feel like this is gonna take me back uptown at some point. This is the shortcut I was expecting. That's my guess. And we're gonna get to the substation. Oh, for fuck's sake. How did that work? There was something like really red over there. Seemed important. What was that? Can I see it? I only saw like the one camera angle. Oh, fuck. No. All that work I did. No, never mind. Maybe. Okay. Screw it. Why did I go back out there? How hurt am I? What? Between 115 and 125. Okay. Oh boy. Yes. Oh, this is good. That's a lot of shotgun ammo. $15.25. Let's see what's going on here. All right. There's a low one and a higher one. Let's try red. Not all blues. That's one. Oh, there's the fuse. Who's in here? I want to open the other door. Oh, great. Yeah, the emergency exit's not working. Increase the electricity output. That'll maybe work. I'm a genius. Hell yeah, there we go. That felt good. Maybe they won't all bother me next time. Alright, let's open up this big door now. What, 115, 125? Granted, I don't have any inventory space. We can maybe use the heal. Oof. That's probably not enough. There we go. Is that a freaking Magnum? How do I want to play this? I just use the first aid, much as that might suck. We'll do that. What's a BB for? We'll use it for something. I can't remember. Hey, Vanya. Okay. You tell me something? Yeah. And that's like That could have been like 2 shotgun things there. That kind of sucked to do. Maybe I shouldn't have. Oh well, it happened. Right. Oh, combined gunpowder's right. Yeah, I mean, I know I can. The problem is, like, now I can't make shotgun shells out of that. Oh, you guys are still here? Come on, I pushed the button. There we go. There's my 2-for-1. Actually, probably enough to run around them now. Actually, not really. You'd be surprised. This thing, what the hell is this? It sure looks like a usable object. What the hell is that? Maybe I could have shot it. I probably could have shot it and done something wacky with it. I wonder if I should try using that emergency exit door from the other side. Maybe there's some items. God, these zombies get fast sometimes, man. No, never mind. Yeah, come on. Oh, God. What do I get for messing around? Okay. Just gotta use the hose on something. It's probably something in the garage, right? That would make sense to me. Let's see. Plus there's a save room over there we can use to store some of this shit. That was an explosive pack. Yeah, I probably should have shot that. Forgot about this. Go over on this side. Oh, right now you're over here. Oh, come on. Getting there. We're back in Proggy Zone. Things don't seem hopeless anymore for a moment. Gotta combine. Not that. Gotta combine a few things here. What does this give me? Oh, it just gave me a bunch of shotgun shells. Oh, good. Well, that's good then. I don't want to carry those around yet. Put this back. Honestly, let's make some more. Actually, I put it back already. Now we're good on handgun ammo, I think, for a moment at least. Being useful. Again, if I need to go uptown to get this oil thing, you can tell me right now. Otherwise, I'm not going there because it's scary. I don't know what this is. Don't tell me where the oil is. I just want to know if I need to go uptown. Just a yes or no. You do need to go to uptown for the oil thing right now. Well, let's fucking go. Then we are going to save because I do not trust my ability to be able to do this. Because there's going to be dogs and bullshit. I'm going to get the fucking grenade launcher with me. I'm going to put this stuff away for now. I guess the oil I do need. They're mixing it. Alright. Gonna be fine. Alright. Boy. Going through these ink ribbons. Make another new save just in case. We got this. Oh, wait. Gotta put the ink ribbons away. Almost forgot. Let's go. Dodge the dogs. Deal with the liquors. I bet Mr. X is gonna start chasing me uptown just for funsies while we're at it. Here we go. Whoa. Oh my god. Cannot juke any harder. I mean, it makes sense. I got the fire hose here. Just running for it. There you go. Just running for it works a lot. So many dogs. Don't really need that save room. I do have a fire hose. Good thing the game made that blink. Alright, this looks good. This seems important. In my bucket. Where is this alley going? Where are these fucking blue herbs, man? I'll take one blue herb. Blurb. Oh, for God's sakes. Another crank? Oh, for God's sakes. I'm not poisoned. I'll take that, I guess. What do you think's over here, game? Come on. Come on. Come get a taste of Jill. Not like that. That's too much of a taste. This is going poorly. Well, that has a bit more of a blast radius than I was expecting. That's alright. Just saved. Put the ink ribbons away. Kayla likes Resident Evil 2 Remake less than this one? Did she play OG3? She played the remake. Jesus fuck. Oh, great, now the dogs are getting me. Doom the Dark Ages this year? When did that come out? Oh, they have a different spawn this time. That's fun. That last year. That's right. Yeah. I thought so. And I have a much worse adventure to get over here this time. I took some hits, but it's okay. That's the save room. Still don't want to use that. What if I had used that crank earlier? I wouldn't have had to do the whole screwdriver thing. Oh, bullshit. No, just shoot him. Sometimes you dodge when you just want to shoot. Should I just... If I shoot, he'll come to me? No? Alright, let's just do this. Still hurt pretty bad, huh? I mean, I can't even... What? It didn't hurt that thing at all. Fantastic. Well, at least it's off screen. I mean, how am I supposed to shoot that thing? Could I even do it off screen? It just seems like a hazard, I guess. I don't know. Hey, what you doing?
Did you do?
I had no choice.
I don't
He was
believe you.
about to turn into a zombie. It would have been a threat, so I eliminated it.
But he was still conscious, wasn't he?
He was as good as dead. And it took fewer bullets to kill him now than it would have if he had transformed.
I like it as compared to 2. I don't like it as much as 2 so far, but I'm still having a good time. It's definitely harder and sometimes a little bit more frustrating. Hey, what's the password, dude?
Not now, I'm busy.
Thanks. What's this fax? Edison, huh? That's what that is? I thought that was like a gun clip. Hey, duh. Yeah, it was worth a try. Guess I will take that. Add. Draw. Bill. See? Adventure games. I can do it. The clip shown is randomized? What if I didn't get the Adraville one? There could be other passwords. There are 3 different commercials. Cute. Man, what am I even here for? Guess this. Ah. We've done it. All right. Now, what now? It's gonna ask me to pull one of the things. Can I shoot the pipe? I can. That was good. That's a good thing I did. Got this one. Come on, get off me. Good shot. Oh, phew. We are doing okay. We might make it after all. Oh, what did you want me to write a game review for, like bags? Yeah, 20K and maybe going up. 1 versus 100. Boy. What do I say about 1 versus 100? Get it off the top. There's liquor somewhere. This room. Now what? Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Somehow I got right past them. Like, you do something about the dogs. Like, look, I could be cute and shoot that barrel at him, but let's just get out of here. Got to have one more dog dance coming up here. Stars. Hey, we're not dog dancing. Bird dance. Yeah, the Xbox 360 experience was pretty fun for a while there, huh? Not for fuck's sake. No, 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 no. We need to save. We need to save Joe. Climb! Where? Oh, for God's sake. Oh my God. Jump off! Climb! Jesus, it is a coin toss. Like, I don't know what you want, game. I'll tell you what I think's a good idea. Jump off, what do you mean, down the hole? No. Like a yeah, like a cool karate backflip, maybe. Somehow I don't think that's what you meant. We're definitely saving here. I hate it because like I'm going through these ink ribbons. Don't think I need the crank. Could refill the shotgun. Where's the shotgun ammo? Oh, there we go. Is everything okay? It's good. It's just the game's intense. I'm having a good time. I am. That's an intense game. Keep me on my toes. Get the fuse out. I mean, we're about to complete a pretty big section here, it seems like. The game's not cock-a-doo-doo. Do you know what my tolerance is for bad? This game is nowhere near a bad game. Even when I die, I don't have that much backtracking I need to do. But I bought that LeChuck outfit for my Xbox avatar that he still wears from when Monkey Island 2 Special Edition came out. I like him. All right. Gotta get back. The train. Hopefully take me to some new place that'll give me some more ink ribbons, because gosh, I'm going through those. This part I'm always like, wait, which way? Left. I am beginning to learn this map. I don't need to go in this save room. Oh, Monkey Island 2 is fantastic. It was weird, like, I did play through the Monkey Island 1 and 2 remakes on my Xbox 360, which is kind of a strange experience. It worked well enough, though. I still can't believe that's how they hit a battery. Like a car battery. Oh, for fuck's sake. I need to go that way. Alright. No, not as much room as I thought, maybe. Don't even know how that worked, but it did. Jesus. I got away with one there, but I'll take it. Fuck me. Whatever. You get a free taste, buddy. Enjoy it. I know, it's like, it feels like I'm dodging a lot, but still, I've been using up some ammo. I guess I got a decent amount left. What was that? What made shakies? Another hole. Yeah. This time I just fell down the hole. It's interesting that's a tram in this game. It was like a subway station in the remake. The remake is actually like even more different than I was expecting. Yeah, great. The hell is that? Great. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Oh, I wish I saved in the later save room now. I can't use another ink ribbon. Ugh. Man, the amazing Nemesis Psych Out was for nothing. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to shoot these things? Yeah, and I was like, thought I was right there too. Should just take this. We already have the grenade launcher. This again. They're easy enough. How are you doing this?
Stars.
There we go. Playing it right there. It's not so much. Okay. Better. Thought that he would hate the bullets a little bit. Yeah. Shooting didn't really do anything. Lesson learned though, we're getting there. Tuber, how's it going? Thank you for 20 months, appreciate it. I'm warming my way through, something like that. Hope you have a good weekend. Okay, we're getting there. I really do just kind of have to... I'll bring an extra heal this time, I guess. I don't know. I'm not kind of running low on those. Honestly, I don't know if... Actually, I don't think I should. I think I kind of have to force myself to do it with one heal. Getting better at all the dodges. But yeah, the guy, he did not care about the shotgun, that's for sure. The shotgun, it does nothing. I mean, I've been playing longer than I thought. I feel like there's still a good... Yeah. I thought, like, this section of the game would be short for me, but granted, I've been dying a lot more. Oh yeah, went to karaoke. It's nice. I wonder if my friends want to go out tomorrow. I haven't gone out in a couple days. My one buddy might be working weddings. See what they're up to. Maybe Sunday. If I go out tomorrow, maybe Sunday we can finish this game. Like, maybe the grenade launcher would do something, but I don't want to waste grenade bullets on this thing if it doesn't do something. KOTOR 2, yeah, that's going to be happening at some point around May 4th.
Stars.
Good enough, same thing. Alright, look, nothing hurt me this time. I did waste a shotgun bullet, but that's alright. I'm probably never coming this way again. That's just as good as killing him. You think the next remake gets announced this summer? I think it's pretty early. Like, maybe. I mean, how long after Village the Resident Evil 4 remake come out? I feel like it was at least like a couple years, if not a few. Like, I don't even know if it's this year. Resident Evil 4 is 2023. When was Village? Like 2019? Like, there's some longer time frames than I think people remember. The run for it. Kind of like get your line, then just go for it. Village 2021, so a couple years still. So still, like, and everything's only take longer now. So even if it's 2 years, I just think announcing it this year is going to be a little early. Don't forget, they announced. Come on, touch the fucking thing when I get you over there. Good enough. Three remake was 20, Village was 21. Whoa, go, go, go. Yeah. Time frames used to be pretty close. I don't know. I just, these days, I just think, like, one coming out the next year. It could happen, because technically they're different teams. It could happen. Where am I? I would just be a little surprised if the Veronica remake or whatever it is comes out next year. And they're not going to announce it this year unless it's coming out next year. It could. I mean, I hope it's soon. I mean, they have to have some big games for next year. We've had a lot of stuff this year. So far, we know about for next year is Mega Man, which is a smaller game for them. Oh, we finally did it, man. That is a classic adventure game thing. You need these 3 things. I always kind of like that. Yeah, Pragmata 2 is going to get announced for sure.
It looks like we're ready to go. Here, take this.
Oh, I will take that.
Okay. Nikolai won't be joining us.
He's
I understand.
dead.
I'll operate the cable car. Let's go.
He's over it.
It's looking good.
I'm not upset they kind of dropped that whole thing in 3 Remake where that train full of civilians died. I thought that was a bummer.
Mikhail!
Is Mikhail a zombie now? Guess it's still coming.
Mikhail!
No. Well, there must be a reason he gave me these. Wrong button. Wrong. Let go. That's fine. Get up, lady! Fuck. I am so toast. Are you kidding me with that? Oh my god. Get up faster. I guess I'm bringing the Magnum with me this time. Maybe an extra heal. Am I even supposed to... I am supposed to fight him, right? You can tell me. That's an actual question. Am I supposed to just fucking run away? I gotta do that whole thing over again. Oh my god. No. Run. There's no... See, in my mind, there's nowhere to run. But... Alright. I should try it. Well, look, I would have to reload the save anyways. I could just leave. You can see why, in my mind, I thought it was an I'm cornered and have to fight situation. Once more with feeling, damn it! Yeah, so basically I lost as soon as I started wasting my freaking ammo there. You can say what you will about the remake, but the boss fights against Nemesis are pretty freaking sweet in it. I'm sure I could beat him, but I'd have to go through so many heals and bullets. I can't imagine it's a good investment of resources. You know, maybe I get like the weapon parts B early or something, but I can wait. Alright, let's see if we can master this again. I've gotten pretty good at this. There we go. Easy. Think this is where I have to aim up and shoot the guy. If I was fast enough, I might be able to run. Next time. Next time, which, who knows? We'll try that. And you just kind of brute force this thing. It's weird. No, come on. Yeah, I think once he's in the one, he can't be in the other. I didn't get hit at all. There we go. See, it gets better every time. It's fine. I bet if I mashed harder, I could get up before he, like, does that thing where he grabs me off the ground, but... It's a roguelike. This game's pretty finicky about being right on top of these interactables. Almost used to heal. It looks like it fused to me for a second.
It looks like we're ready to go. Here, take this.
Okay. Nikolai won't
I don't know why I can't skip this one.
I understand.
Well, anyway.
I'll operate the cable car. Let's go.
Gonna be really leading Mikal to it. So we're just gonna immediately 180 nope out of here, huh?
Mikhail!
Jill, get out of the cable car now!
Mikhail, wait!
You should have said that earlier.
Get out of here! Hurry!
I wish I should have tried that last time. Damn. You're a real one, dude. Oh no. Nice. No brakes!
The brakes are out.
Oh, Jesus. I don't know. There's an emergency brake? Then let's use that.
This must be it.
If I jumped down and I had got another game over, I swear. Hello? Gets really funny. It's the clock tower. Oh, fuck, there's birds. Get the fuck out of here. No, get the fuck away. I swear, no birds. Not now. Not fucking now. Give me a fucking save room, for the love of God. It's okay. I can already see, like, in this game, I'm really glad there's a lighthouse, and I'm already like, they should have put this in the remake. I like having an interior section. I could use that after that very long indoor section. Joe can play the piano. Oh, thank God. Are there seriously no ink ribbons in this room? There's something over here. There's gotta be. I mean, I'll take that too. She couldn't before. Gunpowder bees, good. What? I have no time to worry about that noise. I cannot believe there are no new ink ribbons here because I am starting to run out of those. I want to make at least one of these. I might save the other one. But I still have them. I can still save here, and I think I have 3. There's got to be some in this clock tower. All right. I guess we should make a new save just in case. That was a big chunk of that game done. Look at us go. Good proggies. Good proggies. Fun stuff. Hold on, I will do that review. Sorry, I actually hit my muted. I'll be right back. Going to the bathroom. Alright, Marcus, if you're still here. Alrighty. On stuff. I'd be surprised if I was only halfway through that game, honestly. Don't tell me, but my guess is like I'm at least maybe 2/3 through it now. Maybe a bit less than that. Maybe 3/5. It seems like a pretty significant chunk of the game right there. Alrighty. Actually, if I look at my collection, I'm pretty sure this one shows up first because of alphabetical order. Yep. The game has a show. One versus 100 is an incredible. Well, essentially was an incredible experiment that I wish I could relive. I have a great love of game shows. I've also been playing video game versions of them since playing Jeopardy on my dad's old IBM computer when I was like 4 years old. Spelled computer wrong. But those video game show sounds weird. But those digital game shows often feel like pill comparisons of the real thing. That's why 1 versus 100 felt so great. By taking advantage of an actual live host and real players via the magic of online gaming, we got to experience an actual game show atmosphere. It's really a shame there's nothing like this today. Especially now that I'm slightly less of a dummy than I was in 2009. Maybe I could be the one. Maybe I could conquer the 100. Reminds me of a time when Xbox gaming was a lot of fun. Xbox Live actually felt like a place I could hang out with friends and strangers and have a good time. There's a lot about that Xbox 360 era I'm nostalgic for. And 1 versus 100 ranks high among them all. Good. Game show. Real people. The bad. I can't play it anymore. There's no COVID. Dan wouldn't be sick. There you go. There's another review. We haven't reviewed too many of the 7 out of 10s. And we did Cruising USA not too long ago. Never mind. I think we got one of all the numbers. Leisure Suit Pentiment. Bloodborne. Good stuff. Metroid Other M. Better than Metroid Prime 4. Deal with it. God. Ghost Trick. Good game. Silent Health. Sticking. I like how this Leisure Suit Larry game is only before. It seems like a masterpiece compared to box office bust. Fucking Rascal. Alright. It's a good amount of reviews. We're almost on page 3 there. You can see all my rankings where they kind of spread out. Most of the games I've beaten given 4 stars to. Usually because if I beat a game, it's because I'm really liking it, right? So it makes sense that the bell curve works this way. Alrighty. Thanks for hanging out tonight, everyone. We'll probably be beating Resident Evil 3 this weekend one way or another. Let's see. Pretty late. Anyone? Kinda Funny's online? What are they doing over there? Pokemon Fire Red Marathon. Well, let's go. Say hi to Kinda Funny. Well, I mean, one way or another in that, maybe we'll stream tomorrow, maybe we'll stream Sunday, but we'll be, I'll stream again this weekend. Alright, everyone. Say hi to Kinda Funny. Cheer them on as they Pokemon. Oh, that's good. That's a good rhyme. Cheer them on as they Pokemon. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Thanks for showing up for the Resident Evils. Been good times. We'll continue to Resident Evil very shortly. We're gonna show this Nemesis guy what's up. He wants stars. Well, I'll give him a butt kicking. That's my great catchphrase one-liner. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.